Good morning, everyone. Have a good day.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Good
Yeah.
morning, ma'am.
Continue doing with your DOM. And in another 2-3 minutes, let's discuss on sprint. We have one sprint under this DOM topic. I'll be releasing that. So please read the problem statement. And whatever the work you are doing, please continue the same. As discussed yesterday morning, I will be releasing sprint of DOM and you will be practicing and you can utilize the time for completing the printing sprint. Afternoon, we will continue with fourth topic, client side validation. And that was also a simple topic. And we have one sprint associated with that. You can complete.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Breakout room, ma'am.
I'm creating. Yeah. You can take room 1.
Ma'am, Sangeeta ma'am. Hello, Sangeeta ma'am.
Yes, Saurabh.
Hasib sir, can you make Vishal? Where is Vishal co-host?
No, I don't think I can make. Let me try.
Yeah.
No, let me see.
I'm also not getting that option.
Hmm. No, we can't make him. Only host can only make somebody a co-host.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ma'am Vishal.
Done.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Vishal sir, join room 1.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, please take attendance. Then we'll start. Because I can see some 9 learners are missing. I received a message from Ayush.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Please respond to your attendance, guys. Adesh,
Present, sir.
Abdul,
Present, sir.
Avilash,
Yes, sir.
Anuj. Anuj, are you there?
Present, sir.
Ayush.
Ayush on leave today.
Ayush on leave. Okay. Harsh,
Present, sir.
Harshad. Harshad, are you there, Harshad? Harshad is, I'm marking absent. Jayashree,
Present, sir.
Jitesh.
Yes.
Okay. Joel.
Present, present, sir.
Okay. Kashinath. Kashinath, are you there? Kashinath absent. Kuddus.
Present, sir.
Mainak.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Nikhil.
Present, sir.
Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Priya.
Present, sir.
Ramaya.
Yes, sir.
Roshan.
Present, sir.
Richa.
Sir.
Okay. Rushikesh. Are you there, Rushikesh? Okay, I'll mark you absent. Sanjay.
Present, sir.
Shivani.
Present, sir.
Shubham.
Present, sir.
Siddharth.
Present, sir.
Okay. Sodit.
Yes, sir.
Sudeep. Sudeep Karmakar. Absent. Surmani.
Present, sir.
Okay. Swapnil.
Yes, sir.
Tejas.
Present, sir.
Vaishnavi. Vaishnavi, are you there? Vaishnavi absent. Vivek Kumar.
Present, sir.
Vivek Sharma. Vivek Sharma. Ashmita.
Present, sir.
Priyanka. Priyanka, are you there? Absent. Yeah, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 learners are absent today, Sangeeta. Yeah, so I'll just call out one more time the absent guy's name. Ayush. And then Harshad. Kashinath. Rushikesh. Sudeep Karmakar. Vaishnavi Patil. Vivek Sharma. And Priyanka. Okay, these many are absent today, Sangeeta. Yeah, that's all.
Hmm. Check. Waiting from Ayush. Harshad Kasinath. He will join in some time. Rusikesh. Rusikesh will join now. He's messaging. Sudeep. Hmm. Sanjay, you there?
Ma'am.
Can you share your screen for discussing a DOM sprint? The link has been already shared. Share your screen and read the problem statement. Requesting all of you to pay attention. Guys, we have developed UI with theme changer. Come down. Can you read the context?
So a lot of good websites today offer an option to us to view the pages with the theme of their choice. One such is
Click that link. Top right corner, you will be finding that select theme option. Yeah, click. Have you experienced this? So similarly, you need to create this theme changer. Okay, go back to the question.
Excuse me, sir. Ma'am, I'm
Yes.
present.
Yes, yes. Noted, Rusikesh.
the user can select a theme of their choice. Based upon the selection, the elements on the page get styled dynamically. Here in this challenge, and HTML template is provided. Develop solution could change the theme of the page based upon the option selected by you. A UI theme template that allows you to select element, color, text, application on provided item.
Yeah, they have provided, you don't need to start from scratch. They already provided index.html, a complete file. Complete source code of HTML, even source code of CSS has been provided. You have to write whatever we have discussed yesterday with respective to event. You look into your HTML and check what DOM element you need to use to change the theme. And you have to write the code in the corresponding JavaScript file. Clone, fork your project, clone it, open it in your machine. No, not necessary, Sanjay. Scroll down. All of you know this very well. No. Why are you coming down? Scroll up. And script is also like you no need to do any changes in your HTML page. Come down, line number 20. From 20, your body part. Slowly come down. Line number 28. So section class is equal to container, that's a CSS class. ID is equal to your document ID, theme selection section. So we have select theme. We have dark gray, dark pink gray, and purple wheat. And have you noticed the event, guys? As I said, it's a completed HTML code. You don't need to work on HTML at all. So you need to complete your JavaScript method, change theme. So based on the theme, you apply the background color. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Hardly 10 lines, not even 10 lines, less than 10 lines of code you need to use. You can fork, take a copy, open in Visual Studio, open your index.html in browser. So first of all, try to understand what you need to do in the sprint and then proceed. Thanks, Sanjay. You can stop your screen share and start working. Priyanka, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you are late to the session, please inform on Slack. Have this practice.
Sorry, ma'am.
No, sorry is not required. So in future, I can understand there may be various genuine reason where you could not able to.
Ma'am,
connect the
I'm not
session on
able
time.
to join from this.
No, just drop a message on Slack. Oh, I hope all this is for everyone. No problem. Continue with the sprint. Team changer. Yeah. Here, I don't have change theme 1, theme 2, theme 3. All the methods are theme. How you will differentiate whether it is bright, whether it is cool, whether it is free, with the help of the parameter. So by using this parameter event, you can capture the target ID. And based on that, you can perform this body background color change. Can you give a try, Tejas?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
No, I know that using switch case also I can perform. Only I don't know this event.
This event.
Now I
I think because we have same names, but only via event we are gonna to get the ID of whichever the user choice.
Yeah.
Whichever that radio button it got checked. It will. What about you, Adesh? What is your query?
We need to define all these colors.
Not required. You just change the body background color. And you can also change the font color. Body font color, go for body. So that no, everything will be changed. It is one more hint I want to say is use the concept of arrays and objects we discussed day before yesterday. So you can create an object. Each key will be this background, cool, bright, and you give the property and try to apply the property based on the selection.
One second. Go to your code.
HTML, sir.
HTML, yeah. On click theme change event, on click theme change theme, on click change theme. Okay. Then okay, go to your script. Okay, comment from the line number to 9 to 914 you comment it. Okay. Next, what you do? You write a code. Write a code. What I'm telling. Write variable c equal to document.getElement by ID bright. Yeah, semicolon. Now you go for if c dot checked. Type here if c dot within a parent c dot checked. Checked. C dot checked equal to true. Checked. CHECKED. C I think capital. You try C I think capital. Equal to true. Within a flower bracket you write. Give the styling gray. Copy the code from the line number. Copy body dot style dot background color. That part you copy. Yeah. Now save it. Semicolon. Try it.
No, sir, it's not working.
Okay, right click over here. Open console. No error also, right?
Sir, C is not capital, sir. It is small.
C is a small only. Okay, go for small. Check C small. Save it. You are saving it, no?
Yes, sir, save.
Okay.
Yes, it's
Now it
working.
is
Sir.
happening. Yeah, thank you for the
Thank
help.
you.
Someone's, yeah,
Thank you, sir.
yeah, welcome.
Sir, we have to sir change sir no header or no title according to the
Header, as a heading on the page.
okay sir.
Okay, as a heading of the page, I want the theme color name. See, I'll just give you a hint for this. You need to have a H1 or H2 tag in the HTML. As a HTML means you have to have H1 any heading tag in your HTML. Then when you are going to click the first radio button, for that first radio button, select the H1 tag by document.getElement by ID dot inner HTML, you write it equal to orange, something like that. Whenever you have the function for changing the radio button, within that function, you select the heading using ID and dot inner HTML, you display orange or red or blue, something like that. So dynamically inner HTML content you are writing, you are giving it as a color name.
Sir, I have some questions.
Shubham.
Let me share my screen. So I want some general definition of this on change, sir. What is on change?
See,
Means
on change
it's
means,
anything.
see, on change means you have a radio button, right?
Yes.
So when you shift one radio button to other, that time this on change event will take place. So radio button 1, radio button 2, radio button 3. Yeah. See,
Yes,
whenever
yes.
whenever you select some other radio button, on change will be triggered for the bright radio button. And for that you can write a code.
So
Getting?
it will change like it's changed.
Yeah, or whenever the selection of the radio button when change, that time it is going to call the change theme function.
So at this point there is nothing to be changed here.
Yeah,
because I
nothing to be
haven't
changed.
pressed.
Yeah, nothing. So on change is not called. Okay.
So once I press this one,
Yeah. Then when you go for other one,
yes.
yeah, that on change is then on change
So
has takes place for the cool.
for this one, for cool
Yeah,
one.
for
And for
this.
bright, it's none.
Yeah, null. Yeah, but for that bright on change will not occur. Then again you select bright, for bright on change will take place.
So can we say that on change is like Boolean?
It is not a kind of Boolean and all, it is an event. No, see, when there is a 130, we'll give a break. When the time is 120, we'll go for a break. So what is the event over here? Event means the time 130. So whenever that 130 is in the clock, we'll go for a break. Similar fashion. On change means what? Whenever you are changing the selection of the radio button, change theme would be called, and whatever code is there inside that will execute.
So okay, so all right, then what's this event, sir? Event
means
is of variable which we define for the function, or it's predefined?
No, event is going to event is an object which is going to take the detail of the input element.
Input element, like
Input
ID
element
names,
detail you can capture through event. Okay.
like ID name, it will capture that one?
Event, yeah. If you go for event.id, event dot id, you are going to get the bright. Means the information about the input element you are going to pass through the event object.
So will this work, sir? Event dot id is equal to bright, then go for that. ID is equal to blue, then go for that. Because it's not working.
Event dot, yeah, that's what. Yeah, I can understand this. Okay, what you have done, body equal to document dot get elements by tag name body 0. Okay. Then change theme event. If event dot id equal to bright. Okay, you do one thing. You in after line number 4, you write console dot log. After line number 4, console dot log. And here you write just write event dot id, display event dot id.
Event dot id.
Semicolon. Run it. Run the program. See, select some, change some selection. Undefined. So ID it is not taking actually. Okay. So that means what you have to do, you have to write some other event, type event dot target dot id. Event dot target dot id.
Target dot id. Target
Now you
is
run
another
it.
one of
Another
function.
yeah, under event there is another object. See now, yeah, that is this you have to do it. Okay. Change it to change it this
Shubham,
one.
don't
Yeah.
stop your screen share. I want to discuss something more on events.
Yeah. Okay.
Once it is done, you tell me.
Yes.
Yeah. So now you try.
The code is
Everywhere
okay,
you change it to
so-
event dot target dot id in the condition. Yeah.
Target dot id.
Else if also event dot target dot id. Now you
This
check it
work
out.
then. Not working.
Not working. No. You go to right click. Let me see what it is showing. Okay, it is showing bright, cool, and bright.
That one is for that.
ID
Change
is
the
working.
no.
Event is
Once change the color name in JS, right?
Body dot style dot and body ID find it.
Background color name change.
Background color C should be capital, right? Yeah.
C should be capital. It didn't work for that one.
No,
Also.
that's color name dark gray, dark pink gray. Like make it.
Give some normal color, red, green, blue. You give. Yeah.
gray color. GREY.
Save it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Sangeeta, please go ahead.
So not some more points I want to discuss since the question has been arised. So few things are technical and few things are implementation part when it comes to event. So event is a technical term. So I can call event is something like an action. So in a computer, when you are in GUI, events are some action, something triggers on my screen based on the user interaction. Let's assume we are all in GUI. We are not in CUI. In CUI, every action is happening based on commands. We are not giving commands to a computer. We are performing only via certain action. Certain triggering is happening on your machine as soon as I performed an action. One best example for event is click event. If it is radio button or checkbox, checked event. So mouse, if you take left click, right click, even mouse hold continuously, if you have a long press, those are all events. Even in mobile, touch, tap, drag, place it. Even your voice recognition in mic is an event. So events are some action. Based on the action, something was going to happen on my application, on my machine. So same thing if I perform on my HTML element. So let us take button. Depend upon the control. So we have so many HTML elements. It's also, we cannot, if you want, I can list a few, but the list is very long. So if you take, do you have 10 elements or 20 elements in HTML? Can you tell me how many HTML elements are there? I'm asking to everyone. How many HTML elements are there? Countless. So for each HTML element, multiple events can be arised. So whenever an event is triggered on any of my element, any of my control, I need to perform the respective event handler. Event handler is nothing but method where I'm going to write the code. So with the code, some action is going to perform. Again, think in developer's point of view. When I click, I want to perform addition. When I check this radio button, I want background color to change. When I double tap, it has to zoom in. When I do a single tap, my camera has to turn click a picture. So depend upon the application, event remains same. Action might differs. Same mobile, if you open a camera and if you go for a single tap, what is that? Image is getting recorded. So same mobile, if you are in different application, if you are in a browser, after typing a URL, when you do a single tap, it is going to server and it is loading the page. If you tap on a WhatsApp message, the message is getting enlarged with respective to contact, from tile to enlarged tab. So event remains same. Action is going to be different, depend upon the application. Those actions are handled with event handler. Event handler, when it comes to programming, it is nothing but methods. From yesterday, we have handled so many methods in event handler. One more centralized interface we have between event and event handler is event listener. I know these terms are new to you, but since we came across on this event, you can explore on it. I already shared the reference link on Mentor Notes channel. So I may have a button in HTML page. I may have an event handler method code in my JavaScript file. How this button click is gonna to bind with my event handler method so that the coding will be performed on my page with the help of centralized listener interface. So listener, as name implicits, it is responsible to capture. I may have 3 radio buttons. So I have radio button 1, I have radio button 2, I have radio button 3. So for all the method, we have mentioned the method name as change theme. So if I click radio 1, the event listener will capture which control, which element the event has been triggered and what action needs to be performed. Those are all you can handle with ID property. If it is radio 2, if it is happening with button, whereas here it is click event, whereas here we are discussing on checked event. So event listener or a centralized listener, which will bind the respective event with the respective event handler so that the action is performed on my screen. So I want all of you to explore on event handler and centralized event listener. So I can say button clicked, radio button checked. No, many more are there. So each control is having some 4 or 5 events associated with that. The list is big. So slowly you will be getting into. So by default, certain event alone mostly associated with elements. So slowly by practice, you will come to know those step. What is that? Phase 1 of our event. So later working more on that, you will get into some 50% of events. So I may say on change. We may say check. We may say clicked. We may say mouse hover, and many more are there. So I cannot restrict that only on click is there for button. Checked is there for radio button. No. Each control is having not many, but few, some 4 or 5 events associated with that. So as of now, explore on 1 or 2 later. Depend upon the requirement, you can explore on all the events of the respective control. But go through these technical terms. Thanks, Shubham. Any questions? Just go through these technical terms, the 3 terms alone, so that you will get a clear picture. I know. So you may be getting into what is event and event handler, but you also needs to know what is event listener. Only with the help of this listener interface, the respective event is going to bind with the respective method. So even if you take this demo, we have on change theme. So on change is an event for radio button. So this gets associated with my scripting with the help of listener interface. All right. So if you want, you can take a break of 10 minutes and then continue exploring on this term, all the 3 terms, and continue doing it. Once if you have done, update the URL and go for pending sprints, or you can do self-reading on JavaScript topics which we covered so far. Thanks, Shubham. You can stop your screen share.
Inside the heading. Inside the heading. Yeah. So those who have not got it, please see this code and try to implement it later when you have free time. That time you will do, not now. If you understand it how you are getting, that is also fine. Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, guys, I'll call out the name. You have to show this theme changer output. Okay. Abhilash, can you share your screen, Abhilash?
Not
Show
done.
me your-
Not done, sir. Doing it.
No. Yeah, why Abhilash? It is so long, no?
Yes, sir, I was doing that sprints. I finished it recently.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Roshan, have you done it, Roshan? Roshan, are you there? Priyanka? Priyanka, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What happened to these guys? Sanjay? Hello, Sanjay. Avilash, please complete this task. It is not a difficult at all. Okay. What about Sanjay? Am I audible to you, Sanjay? Yeah, Priyanka.
Yes,
have
sir.
you done this print, Priyanka? Theme changer. Just in a chat, you just inform. Okay, fine. Okay. What about Sanjay?
Yes, sir.
You have done. Ramaya? Ramaya, I think she said
Done,
she
sir.
did it. Yeah, okay. Priya,
Yes, sir.
have you done this sprint theme changer?
Only one means not get proper output, sir. Can I
Yeah,
see?
share your screen. Share your screen. I ask you, no, anybody require any help not getting the output? He or she should share the screen and get it resolved, no?
Only one color is changed, not. means-
See, only cool you are getting. That means
Yes.
the cool part code is working. That code you replicate in the other bright and fiery part, no? Where is your cool code? Go there. Yeah. Where is your cool code? So that means, yeah, this one B equal to so something you have done mistake in bright and fiery. So what is that mistake? Try to get it. Try to identify that mistake. It looks okay only, no?
C is smaller.
Color, yeah. See, color. That means, yeah. See, good job. You got it, guys. Yeah, that means cool is working means same thing. You have to do it for other two. Now check it out, save it, and then run it.
Sir, fairy also.
Fairy also some spelling issue.
Yes, sir. Capital letter F. It should be
Yeah,
small.
fairy. Go to fairy and check what is the issue. You check there.
Small f.
Yes, not
Okay. Okay, Priyanka. Okay, Priya. Who's next? Surmani, have you done it? Swapnil, you did it, I think. Sanjay. Kuddus, what is your status? Have you done this sprint? Surmani and Kuddus, what is your status, guys? Please unmute and say. Shubham Alam.
Yes, sir. I already did.
Already shown. Okay. Siddharth. Siddharth.
Yes, sir.
You did it or you have not done it?
No, sir, I completed and pasted the link also.
Okay, fine. Harsh.
Sir, completed, updated the link.
Okay. Ashmita.
Completed, sir.
Did. Okay. Mainak did. Shivani,
Done, sir.
Rushikesh,
Completed, sir. URL updated.
okay, okay, fine, fine. Okay, now just I'll just lower all of you guys' hand, and whoever still not updated the link, I'll check it out. I'll check the Google Sheet, and then I'll talk to them who have not completed. Okay, theme changer. Harshad, what Harshad, are you there? Harshad is absent today, is it? Kudus, are you there? Sudeep Karmakar, Vaishnavi Patil. What happened to Vaishnavi? Are you there, Vaishnavi?
No, Vaishnavi is also leave today.
Leave, no, okay. Roshan,
Yes, sir.
I can't see your link.
Yes, sir. I'll take some more time, sir. I'm just doing it.
Okay, okay. Take your time and do it. Okay, don't forget to update the link. Kashinath is also leave, I think. Subham Alam, you have not shared your link.
I'm doing it right now, sir.
Yeah, please do that. Vivek Sharma. Vivek, are you there? Vivek Sharma is absent, I think, no? Ayush. Ayush is there, I think, today. Ayush, please update the link.
Ayush
Ashmi is also okay. Ashmita?
Yes.
Yeah, you have done it, right? You said?
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir. I'm just updating.
Yeah. What about Priyanka? Priyanka, you are there, but you are not responding. Please update the link. Yes, Sangeeta.
Okay.
Over to
Okay, but you carry on. Based on the data, I'll decide we'll continue in the next sprint by now or afternoon. Wait. What is this impedance mismatch is also pending. Praveen,
Yes, ma'am.
why your impedance mismatch is pending, the second sprint?
I'm absent at last 1 hour at the section.
Not okay. It's 1 hour session. Can't you watch the recorded video and complete the sprint?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm watched today. I'm watching.
Do it. Kudus. Kudus is silent today. Sodit and Shubham Alam.
Yes, ma'am. I was planning to complete all the sprints, pending sprint at the end of Saturday.
Tomorrow will never come. Do it today.
Ma'am, I have done it.
Wait, let me finish with. Shubham Alam, have you attended the session day before yesterday on this?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I
Then
have actually.
try now. You already completed theme changer.
Yes, ma'am.
Continue with this impedance mismatch. Yes, Sodit.
Ma'am, I have done it and I have to just update it.
Okay, do it because you share your code with me once.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
Completed UI theme changer. Only this is pending. Completed. And Sanjay,
Yes, ma'am.
you share your code on UI theme changer. What you did today to me on Slack, and then continue with this impedance mismatch.
Okay, ma'am.
I want to receive Sodit code and Sanjay's code. Okay, Surmani, same thing to you. Continue with your impedance mismatch.
Ma'am,
Yes, Kudus.
yes, ma'am. There was a power cut in my area, ma'am. So I was shifting my place.
Okay, okay. Once if you settle down, you continue doing these two sprint and complete it.
Okay, ma'am.
Complete it, guys. It's 11:45 in my clock. I'm giving you have another 1.5 hours. Complete it. Before fourth sprint, complete these three. And Ashmita and Priyanka. Same thing for you both. Continue with impedance, Ashmita.
Yes, ma'am.
Priyanka, you are updating in incorrect cell.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can we discuss on last demo you have given yesterday?
Hmm.
Can I share?
Hmm. Please share.
Ma'am, I unable to get output from this because maybe I have lost this. Since I have not done proper connection, I'm facing problem in this select.
Hmm. Select operate option.
Actually, I didn't get anything about this select. I just tried something just by guessing.
Wait. You stop your screen share. I'll share you reference material and then I'll come back to your code.
Okay, ma'am.
2 minutes. Swapnil, share your screen. I'll share. I want to see on what event you have tried and where you got struck.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you stop your screen share. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So what you have tried is time consuming. So instead of on select on this option, anyway, I'm gonna to choose any of this option inside my select box.
Okay, ma'am.
So it can be any of the option. See, it's a combo box. Inside combo box, I'm gonna to select any of the options inside combo box. So why can't you try with on change? See here. So whenever if you are changing, it will go to my function one, where whichever the current instance which have been selected by the user will be passed with this keyword.
Okay, ma'am.
That you can capture. See, it's a simple demo. By this you can later you can modify your code. This is one way. As I said, multiple events are there, but this is one simplest way. See here, on change. So whenever I am changing any of the option in my select box, it needs to call my function and it pass the current instance, where I am capturing the current instance item from that option, whichever the item got selected, either item name or item index, based on any way you can select. I'm just displaying the text. See here, item, whichever the current instance dot options, out of that I'm taking the selected index. I'm printing both selected index and selected text. So whenever I am selecting, so it should be, see, since we have 0th index with select combo, it is taking first index. If your case, if you have add, sub, multiply, division, add will be 0.
Okay, ma'am.
So by the way, so you will be, you can find either index or you can find the selected value and you can proceed with if or switch, if else.
Okay, ma'am. I will try it.
I'm sharing both the code snippet to you.
What is the see
Uh,
purpose of the filter to extract means to filter of the filter function? What is the purpose of it? It is a to fetch the data based on some criteria. And
No,
what is
I
the
get-
purpose of map function? To
Sir,
traverse.
I actually know that much, but I just want the, can we use a simple X in here and we can just change
Yeah,
it
you can use
into
X also
X?
there. X, then X dot board ID, X dot board. Yeah, you can use instead of list, you can have X, and you write board dot board ID equal to X dot board ID.
Okay, so it's just for reference.
Just for
to go
reference.
through all that.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So
I understand.
using X, you are traversing the total list. Okay.
Whichever
means-
element and do.
yeah. All the element of the list you are traversing with the variable X, and X dot that particular object you are getting fetched.
Okay.
Okay. So whenever the function, then the lambda expression parameter, you can give anything after filter, or wherever after map, after filter, whatever variable you are using, that is nothing but you help you to traverse the whole content. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Can we correlate map function with for each?
Map function with for each. See, map is no, for each only for displaying purpose. But map, through map you can do the transforming also, no?
Okay,
Getting?
sir.
Yeah. So if you want to perform some operation while traversing, go for map. If you want to only display and traversing, go for each.
Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah, because on the map you are utilizing filter, so that means you are operating something while traversing. For that you have to go for map only. For each will not work for that. For each only for display purpose.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Hope you all back. Please confirm. Sorry. Abhilash, Ramya, Rishikesh, Vivek, are you back?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, guys. So as planned, let's continue with the next sprint. Requesting all of you to pass your work and pay attention on the session. So please come to Zoom app. So where are we? We are in sprint 4. Shall we, guys? You there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I could not get Zoom. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Screen is
Give
not
me
visible.
1 minute time. I could not able to find my Zoom options. Give me 1 minute time. What happened to my Zoom? Yeah, I am back. Some issue here. Am I audible, guys? Shall we continue? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Yes,
can
ma'am.
see PPT. Some crash happened there as soon as I shared. All right. Fourth topic of JavaScript, and one more thing I want to say is it is one of the simplest topic, and the topic is not new to us. We already came across with this topic, but in JavaScript we are relating with that. Nothing but our validation, data validation. All right, it's time to think and tell. Imagine if a popular application such as Facebook accepts invalid email or date of birth on the sign up form. What do you think would happen then? The topic is about data validation. So this has been, this I already introduced. In an application, there will be a requirement where we need to capture data from the user. So not only in registration form and login form and many more. You may register and you may be the registered user and you are sign in into your IRCTC or Swiggy or whatever the application or in Amazon. Even though after registration and login, further there will be places where you need to submit your data. You have to provide your data. Other than register and login, tell me where are the places we are providing the data to the application. So tell me where in an application, user enters their details. So one is register form. Next is login form. What else?
When we order from Amazon, we have to enter our address.
Whenever if you are giving order details form. And and you have noticed or not?
On
Where-
registration, ma'am, not ticket booking.
Yes, we wait.
On ticket booking, ma'am.
Huh?
When we book the ticket in railways, we have to fulfill that data.
Providing, okay. So all the necessary information of ticket booking. Then you can think, all of you got my question. Apart from register and login form, where in a web application the user, you take, as of now, we are all client, we are all users to application.
For creating any government document like PAN card or Aadhaar card.
Okay. So there will be a place where you will provide all your personal information. Depend upon it, you will be providing your academic information, your work experience.
Account details.
Huh? I thought I will get plenty of answers. You
Account
take
opening in bank.
Huh?
In bank for account opening.
Account opening. So you take any application. Let's take account banking. So there will be account opening form. You need to fill the data, and whenever if you are doing a transaction, you have to provide the necessary details, starting from your account number, amount, PIN number, OTP, etc. And whenever if you want to view transaction also, you can relate with the applications. Likewise, ticket booking. It can be a travel ticket, a train ticket, flight ticket, movie ticket, and something related to your academics.
Then
All the places user will provide the data. I heard some answer.
license for license and some.
So all your government related application. Nowadays they are asking your what is this? So if you are into travel, so they will check your vaccination certificate, where you have to enter all your vaccination details. So there will be a requirement where you have to provide all the data. And if you have noticed, wherever the user is providing the data needs to be passed from client to server. So if the data needs to pass from client to server, it is possible only with the help of form tag. I already gave this topic. So surf about, you have to do tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So two methods of form, HTTP post method, and the other one is HTTP get method. Do you don't think these are all out of topic? No, soon we will discuss everything. So from client, the data needs to be passed. The data will pass via only form tag. So form is very powerful tag in the place of data providing. All right. So we will discuss about this data passing as well as data storage. Let it be. But as soon as the user provides the detail, the application needs to validate whether the detail is valid or not. You take all the applications which we are using. So they have provided example of Facebook. If you take any popular application, whether it accepts incorrect name, invalid email ID, incorrect date of birth. Can any application, if you provide date as some 40, 50, will it accept?
No.
No, ma'am.
So without providing name, without providing email ID, will the sign up button will work?
No.
Not at all. So before taking this data from client to server, by the way, Monday, I'm going to introduce this client server architecture. So listen carefully. Before taking all the data to server, it's important you need to validate the data, because once if you take to server, it's unnecessary burden to my server. So it's very important whenever the user enters the data, you have to perform checking on the input at the time they have entered is a better approach. All right. So Gmail sign in. What happens when you hit login button without providing login credentials? If I don't provide username, if I click login, what will happen?
Password field is required.
They give a message.
So you will be getting an error message. Enter username, enter email ID. Sorry. You click login. Oh my God. It's a video, it's a flash. If you not enter proper email ID, if you click login, initially it checks for required field. Then it will check for regular expression, pattern matching, whether the email ID is proper or not. And nothing is new to all. We are all familiar with all these things. So initially you need to check whether it is empty or not. If it is empty, the respective error message. It is not empty. After that, you need to check the pattern. What if the checkout page of shopping website allowed you to select delivery option or payment before entering email ID? So I'm sure everybody experienced this. In Amazon or Flipkart, you will find once if you want to purchase an item, initially you have to provide all the detail and what type of delivery option, then payment. So without updating the first step, it will not enable the second step. Without second step completion, it will not allow you third step. If it allows, then it will be resultant as incorrecting and bad user experience. And nowadays we have this concept of disabling until otherwise the previous steps are complete. Then it allows the next step. Please relate. What will happen if you specify a return date prior to the travel date on a flight booking site? And this date choosing. So let's assume my travel date is 16th of June. Can I give return date as 1st June?
No.
So even if you noticed web application, it will disable the date. Have you noticed some application? They will be enabling, let's assume today if I want to book any hotel, so they will be enabling only from tomorrow. Have you experienced this? If I try to select the date, yesterday's date, day before date, I cannot able to select. Guys, can you relate?
Yes, ma'am.
Or some application, you open some application. If I log in, if I open today and if I try to book, so it will allow me to only choose on next month date. And if some application allows, for example, certain spot is allowed only for tourists on Saturday and Sunday, all the dates between Monday to Friday has been disabled. And one more functionality is always the return date should be should not be less than the from date, whatever. You will get this message. Who sends the error message when invalid credentials are entered? Who disables the payment link in e-commerce site before a proper email ID has been provided? Who disables the past date in online ticket booking application? Here I want to, okay, there were so many questions. And these are the questions. Who sends error message? Disable of step 3 until step 2 completes. Disables past dates. Okay. Whether these are all happening in client-side coding or server-side coding. By the way, tell me, HTML is client-side or server-side?
Client side.
Client side.
Client-side scripting. What about CSS?
Client side.
Client side.
What about JavaScript?
Client side.
Server side.
Server side.
Server side.
So JavaScript falls under the category both client-side and server-side scripting code. As of now, since we are using all our Java technology as a server-side scripting, we are gonna to use Java technology. I pronounced the word Java technology as server-side scripting. So we are gonna to use JavaScript as client-side scripting code only. So all your Java technology, starting from servlet, JSP, all your frameworks falls under the category server-side scripting language. Here the topic is validation. So let's assume I have enter username and there is a text box. Enter password and there is a text box and there is a login button. So there is, imagine like there is a login page. So I am entering username and I am entering password. When I click login button, whenever I'm clicking a login button, the form data, both the username and password, needs to move from client page to server page. Let's assume I have not entered username at all and the username is empty. Or I have entered one single character in username and one single character in password. Do I want to send the data from client to server? Guys, are you getting my question?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's assume every day you are into LMS and you are providing your username, or the browser is having your username and password, you're clicking login button. So after clicking login button, it will take your username and password to server. Let's assume your username is blank and your password is blank, or you are entering, let's assume blank or a single character. what will happen if it goes to server? Anyway, the server will validate your data. It will validate your username and password. If it is blank or it is holding incorrect valid, server is processing and it is sending back the response to client stating that incorrect username or please provide valid username. Don't leave username as blank. Username is mandatory. So if all the task is done by my server and it is sending back the response to my client, what will happen? Wait. Oh my God, 1 second, 1 second. I was searching for one slide. One second. Yeah. I'll again go back to the previous slide, but the discussion I made is here. So from my browser in the client side, irrespective of any data the browser is providing, the client is sending everything to server. And the server, it is sending, you have not even provided the username. Username is blank and the username is incorrect. The username is invalid. It is not at all a format of username. So what will happen to the load of server? I have been discussing about the load of server for longer time. If all the task is doing by my server, what will happen to the server load? Do you think you alone opening your NIT portal on every day? Do you think only we 30 of us is accessing this NIT.com? We are only one who is accessing this Zoom. Guys, are you there?
No, ma'am, we are not the only one.
There were thousands and thousands of users. If each thousands of user, we need to check the username. We need to check whether it is valid or not. Then we need to compare with the database and we need to confirm whether it is correct username and password. Then the server load will be heavy. In order to reduce the load of the server, we have introduced the concept of client-side scripting, and exclusively the task, the client-side validation can be done. Name duplicates, validation is gonna to happen at client-side itself. The only reason is to reduce the server-side load. So once if I have provided my username and password, before sending the username and password, client side itself, by using client side scripting, client side itself, we need to check whether the data is valid or not. And we are using client side script languages JavaScript. So after checking both the data are valid format, then you need to send the data to the server. So post that, data will be sending to server. And handling the server side data, everything we will discuss in upcoming sprint. Probably Monday, Tuesday, we will discuss. Can you relate? But before taking the data from client side to server side, we need to ensure the data is in valid format. Whether the data is there in a database or not, that we need to check with server side, no other go. So that is the reason of introducing this client-side validation with the help of client-side scripting. All right, let's get into the topic. These checks helps to add additional sanctity and more trust to the application. Are the checks required for better user experience? And these validations are not new to you. When you are doing your code 7 jukebox project, before submitting the data in a database, I want you to validate the data. All of you experienced with that? In the place of email ID, if I enter 1, 2, 3, it worked in your application. Is it or not? So validation is very important when you are handling user data. And all of you experienced this. In your jukebox registration form, I told you to enter a number 5. And 5 is considering as an email ID and it is getting stored in a database, which is not correct. So before storing that number 5 in a database under email ID category, you need to check whether it is in proper format or not. So that we are going to do in this session. So we are going to validate user data using client-side scripting language called as JavaScript. Again, the big question mark arises, why we need client-side scripting? Let me ask to Priya. Priya, why we need client-side scripting? Why can't I do in server-side?
Because we can get the users input information.
What are you? Talk a little bit louder. Why we need client-side JavaScript? Why can't we do in server-side?
Because of, we get the users input, means information all when we log in part.
Ensure that all your words are clear. This is for everyone. Priya, your words are not at all clear.
Yes. Ma'am, client side means users, we get the users input.
Yeah, in client side only we will get the user input using input tag.
Yes.
Yesterday we told no addition of 2 text box value. Text box is very good example for input form control. All right, Rusikesh. Rusikesh, you there? Rusikesh.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Why we need client-side scripting? Why can't I do with the server side?
Because, ma'am, here is server load. We check client side if this is the right input or not, and after that we send the server side. That's why server not taking the more load and overload.
All of you listen. I don't know what confusion. All the tasks, if you are in Amazon, if you are in Redbus, irrespective of any dynamic web application, when you are providing the data or if you are doing any task, everything is happening in server side only. When I provide my username and password, it is responsible for my server to check my username and password. All of you got this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Irrespective of any application. So if I want to view, if I want to do any sign in, anything, whatever the task I am doing, my server is responsible. Every time
Meaning
my yes,
when we are doing authentication, it will be done by the server, and like if we are writing the name and it doesn't it doesn't matches the number of characters we should write.
Correct.
It should be.
So that is why I'm going to tell you why. So everything, so if I entered my name, my mobile number, email and password, if I click continue, this data is going to send from my client to server via form tag, via form method. But I have not provided any detail. If I click continue, is it required to go to server? I am a client. I'm using Amazon. In order to get the message, enter your name, enter your mobile number. Do I want to go to server and come back?
No.
No.
Actually, the answer will be yes if we don't have client-side scripting. Listen to me carefully. I said everything is happening on server. So this also should happen in server. But if I do all these tasks in server, think about the load of server. If I provide all the detail and if I click continue, the data needs to be stored in database. That is the biggest task of my server. But in order to get this lightweight functionality, enter your name, enter your mobile number, and the mobile number is incorrect, invalid format. So in order to provide that error message, see here, password must be at least 6 characters. If everything is doing by my server will get lot of load. I need to think about improving the performance of server. So these lightweight functionality, instead of giving this additional responsibility to server, so to check your name, whatever the name you have provided, it is in the valid format or not. To check that, the concept of client-side scripting has been introduced. One of the powerful client-side scripting languages, JavaScript. No other go. All the web applications are connected with server. That is I am accepting. But this lightweight functionality can be done in my browser side itself, client side itself. One of the lightweight scripting, concept is your validation. And we are doing with JavaScript. So that is what the name implicits, perform client-side validation. And once if there is a problem, I want to communicate the error for invalid input. So from the beginning, I'm discussing that the application is interactive, the application is dynamic. Also, we need to provide a number of inputs. That is very important. Before taking the data to server, we need to check the valid of data. So that thing you can ensure the data is valid or not with the help of client-side scripting language, JavaScript. So you can do both the activity. One is validating the data and communicating the error if it is invalid. Shall we get into the topic? Introduction is clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is common between social networking site, your Instagram, Facebook, e-commerce site, your job portal, and your online learning site?
Login and register part.
Yes.
Login part.
Register and login. Very good. Everywhere you need to register, then only you can be a registered user. And you need to do login every time. And then come on.
Client of server.
And think logically. If you take one common thing is, as you all said, register and login, taking the input from the user. And second thing is some request is coming from the user client. Based on the request, the applications are providing the response. So if it is social networking site, this post, everything, the user is going to post something and the social application is taking that. E-commerce site, based on the user's request, the products are getting displayed. So on. Job portal, it will accept the job request of the user. All these site allows users to interact with the site by providing input, not only register and login. There were a lot of places where we are providing input. Accepting, all of you accept this point.
Yes, ma'am.
You take this online learning. Apart from login and register, I have to provide my technology, the topic I want to learn from the site. User needs to provide input. So role of JavaScript in processing user input. JavaScript helps to process the user input, reading the input. So JavaScript will read the input, whichever the input form, text box, check box, radio button, select box. And then it needs to validate the input. After validation, upon the requirement, it will display error. Assume like all values are valid. I don't want to display errors. It's very, very important. Please look into this order. I want to read input. After reading the input, I want to validate the input. This validation will decide either displaying error or posting the data to server. Both will not happen. If there is an error, it will not go to posting of data. This will not happen. This posting data alone, we will discuss in upcoming sprint. We shall be discussed probably on next week. All of you clear with the order? So it will validate, either it will display if it is incorrect. If it is correct, it will post the data to server. JavaScript allows you to reduce clutter on pages by creating elements on the fly. So if it is required, it will display and will create. And if it is required, it will show and hide form part. This is new. We will be discussing two topics today. One is this validation. The other one is the second part. Creating element on the fly. On an HTML page, depend upon the requirement, the elements will be displayed, visible, and it will be hidden. Show and hide some form part. Right. Flow diagram for processing user input. So we will start. We will capture input. We will validate. If error exists, we will communicate the error. And again, we continue in capturing the input. If there is no error, we will save the data. We will take the data and we will send it to server. Server will save the data and we will close the transaction. So whatever we discussed in theory, the same is given in this flow diagram. Is that clear? Shall we continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Jai Shri, Jitesh.
Yes,
Priyanka.
Clear, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's discuss on how to capture user input. I can see some four learners have joined the session some 5 minutes back. So guys, we are in 4th sprint. This sprint is about validating the user data. Listen. So how do you think JavaScript captures input? I need answer from you. Very good. Can I capture an input from HTML to JavaScript?
No.
If we like
my God.
input and then
Yeah.
that scripting.
So no other go. In web application, we will be dealing only with HTML. In HTML, I will have all the form elements. Best example is text box. Even I can provide inputs in radio button. There is a gender category. We will provide with radio button. Even checkbox. These are all input controls. Form element, particularly input. So I will be providing, I will be launching my HTML page. So from HTML page, can JavaScript able to capture all these inputs?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. If we use
JavaScript.
get or post.
Very good, very good. JavaScript captures HTML input using. The question is in front of you. The answer is
DOM.
DOM. Who is that? On unmute. Sikesh. All of you agree with the answer? The topic which we discussed in last sprint. So DOM. DOM and its associated methods. By using that, you can able to capture user input from HTML to JavaScript. And yeah, by this way. So I want all of you to take a minute and go through either by variable or by property value pair. So in JavaScript, we will declare a variable document.getElement by ID, ID name, HTML ID name dot value.
In right side, there will be an object type, na ma'am. Capture value is a property value.
Yes, someone said something.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
right,
Abdul.
Right side, it will be an taking object, na ma'am.
Correct. Yeah, I'm coming. The other thing is same. Let's assume I have username, I have email ID, and I have password text box. So this is one way. Get element by ID. The other way is also get element by ID. Instead of one single variable, we are capturing it as object. So I am capturing it in an object contact info. And my key name is username. And the value, whichever the value I entered will be the value. Email ID is a key, contact number is a key. Anyway, in later part of JavaScript, I can able to handle either via single variable name or by using object dot key name. So please analyze both the part. Anyway, I want to use it. Later, if I want to validate my username, email ID, password text box, I will do either by variable or contact info dot username. Any doubt? We will be handling by this way. Again, I'm repeating, this is individual variable via, and this is object type, property value. And we have been with this topic, so last 2-3 days. And both the things can be done only with the help of DOM and its methods. So we will always use document.getElement by ID. So HTML form elements can be accessed with ID. So it would be easier instead of having individual variable name. I'm repeating, it would be strongly recommended to use this property value pair. So store all the details in one single property as its object, and you can differ the value via, so that let's assume I want to store the data in my server. If it is on the left side, I want to use username, email, password. But what will happen to right hand side? Only I'll be passing contact info. So this right hand side is more recommended in JavaScript. Shall I go to next slide? This is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So even because we will not deal with, have you experienced with any of the form elements? Wait, I'll show you. You will not find 3 data or 4 data. You will be finding some 15, 20 data. Wait. So after providing all your details for registration, have you built your profile? At the time of building your profile, it will ask everything, from academics, complete information about your academics. There will be some applications where you need to provide lots of form. So if it is experience, you need to provide all your experience details. So it is always recommendable to use JavaScript object and store in a form of property key value pair. All right, let's perform validation. This is what happening. A developer often has to make the choice between server-side validation and client-side validation. Understand the implication of both these types of validation is crucial. So now have you got the picture of client-side validation? Can I do this checking the data is provider or not? Even the username is empty. It's 0 length. I can do that in server side also. But in order to improve certain performance factor, to reduce overheads of your server, if everything is happening on server response will be slow. So network traffic, congestion, latency, so many issues will be there. So that is why this validation is happening in our client side. Is that clear? Shall I go to next? So before taking the data to server, you perform a client-side validation using JavaScript. That's all. The solution is in front of you. Richa, you there? Richa is not there.
Yes, ma'am.
Richa, you there? Can you read
Yes, ma'am.
what's client-side versus server-side validation? Can you read all the points? Ramya, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, dear.
Client-side validation. Shall I read, ma'am?
Yes, Richa, I think there may be some problem with your audio. I don't know, network issue. So Ramya, you go ahead with the difference.
Okay. Client-side validation. Client-side validation is immediate validation. When come to server-side validation, it makes network calls.
Wait, what do you mean by makes network call? Anyone? Can you give a try?
Transfer the data to the server.
So it needs to check for all the connection. Yes. So network call, it needs to search for network. I should have an internet. On top of my internet, all my protocols needs to be enabled. and it needs to make a call from client to server and it needs to perform. But here it happens in browser side itself, client side itself, no call, nothing. Yes, Ramya.
In client-side validation, not all validation needs server support. When it comes to server-side validation, it increases the server workloads and hence the latency.
So wait. So server is not required to validate some client side, mandatory input, length of the input data. First one is mandatory, I have to provide. In Jukebox, I provided only 5, 1, 2, number 2, number 1. So it needs to check length of input data and strength of the password and the format, all your pattern, credit card number, account number, Aadhaar card number, PIN code number. Whereas certain things needs to be done at server side. Yes, Ramya, go ahead.
In client-side validation, examples are required field validation, length validation, pattern validation, compare password validation. Where it comes to server-side validation, examples are credit card validation check, user validation check. These checks need to verify authenticity of these data.
Thank you. Authenticity of certain details needs to be done only at server side. Remaining all basic validation you can do at client side itself. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Whomsoever I'm asking, please respond. Sodit, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Read the question and answer.
Comparing password and confirm password field in client side validation or a server side. Ma'am, comparing password is a client side and confirm password is a server side. Because
You have not even understood the question. You have misunderstood the question. In our registration form, there will be something called as enter password, enter, re-enter your password and confirm password. So both the password needs to be matched.
Yes, yeah, ma'am.
That is client side or server
Client
side?
Ma'am, that is client side.
Okay, others, is it correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I want to compare anything in database server side for this?
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No.
No, ma'am.
I am providing, for example, any password, Apple at 123. And in the same another text box, I'm providing Apple at 123. So the first entry and second entry is available in client side itself. I don't want to go to server side. So password and confirm password is example for client side validation only. Whereas credit card validity, let's assume I'm entering credit card number. Credit card expiry date is there in a database. So I need to do that validation in server side. Can you relate with these two examples?
But ma'am, password is also stored in database, no? So
Yeah, that's what. You have misunderstood the question. The question is only enter a password and re-enter the password.
Okay.
That registration form.
This
They
is
will
not
ask password
checking
twice.
the password, right, ma'am?
Huh?
This is not
Wait.
checking the password.
Not checking the password.
Okay, okay.
Right. They were asking about this. Enter old password, enter new password, confirm new password. So entering new password and confirming, both the password needs to match. So in order to compare this password and confirm new password, do I want to go to server?
No, ma'am.
No.
That is what the question. The question is not for login password. Enter new password and confirm new password. So moving on to the next. Yeah, let's get into our scripting. How to do all the validation. We discussed so many things and nothing is new according to me. Only thing is whatever we know, you need to convert that into JavaScript syntax. So validate input, single input can be validated for multiple validation criteria. This point is very, very important. I have something called as enter username. Do you think only one validation I need to apply for this username? No, depend upon my requirement, I will apply n number of validation check. So initially I'll check
length.
And you take mobile number. So let's assume you compare with the right hand side. If username, what is this triple equal to? Have you analyzed this?
Origin.
Typically it were equal to identity operator.
So double equal to and triple equal to both are comparison operator in JavaScript. Double equal to will check only for the value, comparing the value. Triple equal to will compare the value as well as it should be of same data type. Is that clear? Both are comparing. I can compare 10 equal to equal
Same
to 10.
data type.
Same type of data. Data type.
Ma'am, but like when I did like study about it today, it for objects it was like if object have some value, it like they wanted to check if it was in the same location where it is, like in checking for.
That is also not new to you. If I compare 10 and 10, it will compare the data type. When it comes to array or when it comes to object, what it will compare?
Memory location.
Memory location.
Yes, ma'am, for objects. Yeah, memory location.
And for null reference also. So double equal to only for value comparison. Triple equal to for type checking. It includes both primitive as well as object type. All right, coming to the topic. If you take where I am, username. So initially I need to check username is not empty or not. This is my first validation. And then for same username, I need to check the length should be greater than 30. If it is greater than 30, I need to throw error message. Always it should be less than or equal to 30. I cannot provide more than 30 characters. Then I want to display error message. Same thing is applicable for mobile number. So my mobile number should not be empty as well as it should consist of 10 digits. And the 3 conditions. And the 10 digits should be on certain pattern. So 3 conditions I can apply for mobile number. So it should not be empty. It should hold 10 digits and 10 digits should of certain format. And it's very important. I cannot communicate all the error to client. I have to communicate only the relevant errors. I have provided username, but the length is greater than 30. I don't need to provide this error message. Only this error message is required. It's very important what error you need to communicate to user based on the validation result. That is also important. And this is also not new to you. In your web application, you may come across with 2 types of error messages. One is alongside the error message. The other one is summary of all the error message. Have you experienced these type of errors?
Yes.
One is
Yes, ma'am.
summary. The other one is individual error message. Or you will get both. So how to give summary and how to give individual error message. So let us discuss. Any other difference you can say for this individual error and summary?
Highlight the text box.
Summary is a list.
Font.
Yeah, coming into programming,
Summary
we
is
will
list.
use unordered list only. I have to use list and I need to fill all the good thinking. That we'll be discussing on JavaScript coding. Any other general difference?
In left hand side, the validation is done for every text box.
Ma'am,
And then the right
Right,
hand,
right.
the validation is done once or after filling the form.
After clicking the submit button. Good. Correct.
In summary one, ma'am, it is telling us first what we need to do. Then it is asking user to give the inputs.
No. What did you said in summary?
In summary, ma'am, in the form of list, it is given that what needs to be done, and then you can fill up the form.
So preferable is, I'll say this one. This is also preferable. When it is a big, okay, when is most important. So if it is a simple registration form with some 5 fields, we will prefer alongside input element. Let's assume we have 25 fields. So both of them, wherever it is required, you can use. But here you need to wait until you click submit and it will display all. And depend upon that, you have to relate where I want to go, what is happening. But here you will get an error message as such. When you provide an incorrect value, along with the text box itself, it provides the error message. So mostly we will see these kind of thing, some 70-75% of application. And few we will handle this kind of summary, validation summary.
These days, ma'am, most of the websites have exclamation marks. When we hover over it, it says what
Required
what
field, yeah. All right. So we will gonna to replica this. I have a demo and it's a complex demo. So please pay attention. Even though it is a big demo, but concepts are not new, so you can relate it. But please pay attention. Let's replica this error validating the user input and displaying both alongside input element and validation summary in one example. So write a validation code to validate the input provided by the user on feedback form. Error should be communicated if the validation fails. So please pay attention. It's a big form. It's a very big form. Yeah, we have HTML, we have CSS, styles has been applied, and you have to do validation in your script page. So I'm requesting all of you to look into line number 17, starting from form. So we have a form tag. So form is having ID. Action is equal to hash. So that means depend upon your return on submit result, your form will come back to the same page. So ID is a unique reference of this form page. So action is where I want to go. Let's assume this is index.html. If I want to go to demo1.html, what will happen? What is this form action? So after filling all the details, when I click submit, from index page to where it will go?
Demo
It will
one.
go to demo1.html. So, but I don't want to go to demo1.html. I want to stay in the same page. So for that, we will use this hash symbol. And this is an event. When the form is submit, what we need to do. So when I am submitting the form, it has to go to submit feedback method, and whatever the result I'm getting, the value will be returned and it will be stored here. We are returning a Boolean value, true or false. I'll repeat. I'm going to provide input data. The client details I'm going to provide. So always the user data, all the input data will be enclosed inside form. Form will helps you to have a dynamic page when it comes to data handling. Without form, I cannot able to pass the data to server. So form is mandatory for all the input. So we are giving unique ID name. How we have HTML element ID. Likewise for form, we are giving an ID attribute to represent the form element. And when I submit the form, it has to come to the same page. And when I click submit, when I submit my form, it has to go to JavaScript submit feedback method. And we have heading, and we have username text box, and the text box is filled with this placeholder message. Enter username. What is this placeholder?
Behind it.
Inside the text box.
It is a text box watermarker. When I keep a mouse cursor and type something, this will disappear. I'll show you. This is an example for, see here. On top right corner, you will find a text box where you will find search OS. Can you see this? So what will happen if I keep a mouse cursor here? And if I start type it, automatically the placeholder will disappear. If there is null, if I not type anything, I will have this placeholder. So that text can be achieved in a text box with the help of placeholder. You all can try. So input, I'm giving an input. The name of the HTML element is username. ID is also username. And I'm giving a placeholder, enter username. So followed with small tag. Have you analyzed? Have you used this small tag? That explanation is there in a tooltip. In an HTML page, if I want to represent some side comments, some small amount of text, if I want to display on my HTML, I can use this small element. You can also go for input element. Label element. Sorry, not input, label element. Label is a form of output message control. We can also use small element. And we are giving ID as username error. So by the way, if there is any problem with my input, I will be displaying the error message in my small element. That is why I'm using this ID reference. So by using this ID in my JavaScript, I'm going to load an error message here. Same thing I'm repeating for email ID. I'm repeating for contact number. I'm repeating for product details, comments, and date. So if I give input type equal to date, what will happen?
Ask for dates.
A date box.
Sorry. You will get a calendar.
Yeah, sorry.
Instead of a regular text box, it will display a calendar. So that's all. And we have a unique ID and we have some message and there is a button and I'm linking my JavaScript file. I'll show you the output. So enter username, there is a placeholder. So when I about to type a single character, my placeholder will disappear. If it is empty, it will fill with enter username, enter email ID, contact, and this is comment. You will be finding the difference between this text box and this text box because of Because of what? Line number 42.
Text
I have
area.
text
Text
area.
area.
So text area is a multi-line text box. Even you can copy a big paragraph, but here you can type only 255 characters. And this is also a text box, but we provided a type as date. So you will get a calendar. And what is the speciality here? Guys, what is the speciality of this control? Have you noticed anything?
It is showing the previous date only.
So till today day alone, it is enabled. From tomorrow's date got disabled, because I'm going to use it for feedback entry. Enter purchase date. I cannot purchase tomorrow and I can give a feedback. So they have disabled tomorrow's date. Till today date alone, it is enabled. That we will discuss. So this also done. This is also one validation we did with JavaScript. HTML page is clear. Shall we go to JavaScript? And by the way, there will be one submit button. So if I not provided any detail, if I click submit, I should get this error message. This is validation summary and this is individual validation error message. And how this date is having only what is this? Date, month, year, and till today alone, the date got enabled. All these things has been done with the help of JavaScript validation. HTML page is clear.
Only one doubt, what does that small tag do?
So by default, we are hidden. Your small tag is hidden. If required, the error message username cannot be left blank. This message has been displayed to the user, the output message, with the help of control called as small. You can do that with the help of label tag also. Small tag defines smaller text, like some message, some comments if you want to add. Adesh, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
You can use any other, even if you want to use with div, if you want to use with label, as I said, label. So they have given a CSS property as it should come in italic. Since it is a validation error message, it is holding red color and size is small. So I don't have any text in my small element. So that is what it has been. Nothing is there in your along with all your small tag. What I'm going to do is in my JavaScript, if there is any validation, if it is returning any error message and it is returning false, I want to fill all the small tag with the respective message. All those things are decided in my JavaScript page. So please, I want all of you to look into three things. So one is the submit feedback form method and this input ID and the small ID. That's all. We are going to refer these three things in our JavaScript. Shall I go to JavaScript page?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
1 second. 1 second. All right. So let's go to JavaScript. So I told you to remember three things. One is submit feedback form method and all these ID of my text field and ID of this small HTML element. So it will go to submit feedback method. So let's get into JavaScript code. Listen carefully. 1 second. Yeah. What is this line number 1?
Empty array.
Correct.
Priya, what is this line number 1?
Empty array.
All of you accept this. We are creating an empty array feedbacks. Initially, the array is empty. Later, we will add those error messages. And what was the method name? Submit feedback. So when the environment got submitted, when the feedback, this form gets submitted, it will enter into the method submit feedback. Are we passing any parameter? No. There is no input parameter, but we are returning a result. And what is the result? We will discuss. Let's go one by one. Whomsoever I'm asking, please respond. Anuj, you there?
Yes.
Tell me what is this line number 4? Anuj, I'm waiting for your answer.
When we are taking input from
We are taking
Storing.
input from
user and storing in form data.
I need a correct explanation. Ashmita, you want to give a try? What this line number 4 does?
We are declaring a variable.
Very good. And what we are assigning to the variable form data?
Document.get element by feedback form.
What is this feedback form?
Feedback form.
It is a DOM. We are referring with DOM element. HTML document dot get element by dir feedback form. And by the way, feedback form is nothing but form ID. So this entire form data, all the form inputs, I am retrieving and I am storing it in a variable form data.
Okay, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And this feedback form is holding. It's a form. It consists of n number of inputs. So those inputs I'm converting into object, and what, irrespective of any format, it's a DOM element, irrespective of any format, I have all the inputs. I am converting into an object and I am storing it in an object feedback. So we have a method called as object.fromEntries. Listen carefully. Object.fromEntries, it's a method. It transforms a list irrespective of any form of data I'm providing. It converts that into object. So I am having an HTML form, feedback form, all the data. It will be available in any form. I want that to be in a key value pair where JavaScript will support. So in order to translate my HTML form to my object type of JavaScript, we are using a method called as object.fromEntries. Please look into the demo. So entries is equal to new map of, it is a map, and this map is holding two arrays, array of array. So I want to convert this array of array to object, JavaScript object. So in order to convert this map array of array to object, we can use object.fromEntries. So when you try to print the object, see the output. What is your understanding here?
We convert it into the object.
The array first value will be converted as key and the second value considered as a value. See here, colon separator. We converted array of array to objects. So likewise, all HTML form element, form data, I'm going to convert as an object and I'm storing it in feedback. Wait, I'll show you. Console.log of feedback. Look carefully. Got it. So let me enter. Product purchased, bill, good. The product is purchased yesterday. Wait. God, this page is getting refreshed. 1 minute. One second, the page is getting refreshed. I just wanted to show you what is there in the feedback.
Ma'am, remove the hash, ma'am.
No,
Action.
it should not refresh. And I have not saved my page. Wait. See, I just wanted to show you all the feedback form entries are captured and it is converted to object and I can display this key value pair. But it's a dynamic page, no? So the page is getting refreshed. Or let's see. No, it is getting refreshed.
Return, Sangeeta, you do return false.
Let's try. Okay, let me enter some details. No, I can show this key value there. One minute.
Otherwise, prevent default. Let me see what is.
So I thought I can show this key value, so I can relate with this key value later. I'm not returning anything. Or one second, I'll try in the other way. Feedback dot let me provide some detail and I will submit. See the pages.
Can you try with
No, it's a form control. It is taking this session thing. It is automatically refreshing when I give some. That is a problem. Even some time back, I saw empty data.
See, because it is on submit, no, that's why. If it is a normal click button, it will not. It will work.
Shall we try that? So instead of
on click, you do. You just comment this one.
Somewhere or other, I think.
On submit, you call this function.
On click, let me call submit feedback. No. It's taking undefined.
Then it is empty.
Even though it has to provide null and somewhere I'm missing.
Go for not go for submit. Go for button. Input type button.
Yeah. It's taking only object.
Is window dot, can you remove the window dot, only submit feedback?
Yeah. Or we can use for each and we will traverse with a let it be there.
Okay.
Because it's taking long time. So whatever the form data, all the feedback form entry will be captured and it is converting to object and it is storing in feedback. And that feedback we are passing as a parameter to submit data. And submit data is returning a result. that result is a Boolean value, either true or false, and that we are sending back to the called function. One last try. Okay. Fine, guys. This instead of object, last try. Can we try with do I pass any parameter to for each?
No, for each, it will
No,
not
guys.
take.
No, guys. Please respond. Do we want to pass any parameter to for each? Refer as notes and tell me.
One.
Refer day before yesterday notes and tell me, do I want to pass parameter?
No, ma'am.
Value is equal to-
Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
If yes, what is the parameter I want to pass?
Fun one.
Callback function. That is why I defined a callback function, and this will take value first and then index. So the speciality of callbacks is no parameter, nothing. One last try. I know the session is getting expired. Oh, it is not taking under for each. Since it is an object, it is not taking. So this for each will work for what? For each is a function which is used to, but it has to work for array. We tried for array. Let's try for object also. Reverse. Guys, can you relate? I can show the output, but in the form of array. All right, this is what I want to show you, but in the form of object, not in the form of array. Guys, are you there? Are you traveling along with me? You don't need to try anything,
Yes.
just listen. So I thought whatever the data I am entering into a HTML form, if I give submit, these data is getting passed and we are capturing via DOM feedback form ID, and we are storing it in a variable form data. Further to that, form data is converting into object and we are storing it in feedback. I thought, let me show you the feedback, but I could not able to show feedback, but I can able to show that in a form of array. So if you look into this, all the HTML element has been captured and it came to JavaScript. So one is you can work via index methodology. The other one is you can work via object, key value pair, and the key will be the ID name and the value will be the entry which you are entering on this text field. Shall I proceed with the third line? First line and second line is clear, and this is used to convert object to an array, and this line is to convert from one form to object form. This is a conversion function for object, and this is a conversion function for array. And last try, else I'll continue with this feedback alone. It is not displaying an inner array. It is displaying. Now it is working. God, same thing I have tried some time back, but I don't know what is the problem. For the last 10 minutes, I want you to display this 9th line. Some simple console.log of feedback. What is there in feedback? All my feedback form data in the form of object type. Have you noticed what are all the object type? Let me enter all the details. God, what is happening? Now it is working.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
This I want to show before I am proceeding to the next block. So after entering all the detail in my HTML, when I give submit or form submit, the data is passed from HTML to JavaScript. We have captured. It is not passed, we have captured, and we can convert that to array, as well as we can convert that to, this is the latest one. We can convert that to array type. So array is taking index. We can also convert that to object type. So I just wanted to show username colon my input, purchase date, product, email, contact number, comment, and the respective value. So what will happen if I not enter my username and if I give submit? It will take
none.
Empty. Null value. So if it is null value, what I need to do?
Print error message.
I need to validate the value and I need to display error message. That is what is happening on left hand side. All right. See here, if my username is null, empty, email ID is empty, and contact number is one single digit, then I want to throw appropriate error message. So I just wanted to show you via DOM, we captured all the value, and the values can be either converted to array or object type. And each object is referring with the respective key. This is what I tried. It should come some 10 minutes back itself. I don't know. Okay, I'm continuing. I know I made so many lines. This is what the actual line I added. Line number 7. This is to convert to array. I'm printing an array and I'm printing, what is this? My object type. Shall I proceed to 9th line? Guys?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not something new. We were been traveling. I was the one who took this array and object topic for you all. Only thing is, yesterday we came across with this DOM API. All right, what we are doing is we are sending this object key value pair, the entire key value pair, the entire object. See here, this entire object. Key value pair. We are passing to a method called as submit data. One more method. These are all optional only. I can remove. And this let is also optional. We don't have rules in JavaScript. So I am passing this object key value pair to another method called as submit data. and submit data needs to return the result. Shall I continue from 9th line to 14th line?
Ma'am, in this 5th line, what is the new capital form data?
We are converting our DOM element, a variable, to an object, form data object, so that it will capture all my form values, whatever the form data. See here. It provides an easy way to construct key value pair representing all the form field as well as value.
Okay.
So we are passing it. You can capture via any name. So it is not required. You need to capture as a feedback. This is just a parameter. And here we are capturing it. Instead of feedback, you can give any name. So we are passing an input. So that is why this arrow function, before arrow, we are taking that parameter input. And here it is my body part. Listen carefully. So what we are doing is, again, we are creating an error object. Let error object. Let is also an optional, not required. Errors is an object. Why? Because of this curly braces. So error is an object and it is holding key value pair. Totally 6 key. And what is the value? Whomsoever I am asking, please respond. Jitesh, you there? My object, my error object is having 6 key. And what is the value for username error? Jitesh, you there?
Yeah.
I am in line number 18. You need to tell me what is the value of this username error. Jitesh.
Yes.
If you know, you say, else say, ma'am, I didn't get an idea. I don't know. Make it fast. No idea. Very good. Praveen.
Feedback.username.
Feedback.username. Before that, we have one more thing.
It's
What
a function, ma'am.
Very good. I was expecting this. So errors is one more object which is having 6 key and the values we need to get from function. Here it is a function call. We are calling a function validate username. And what we are passing as a parameter?
Feedback.name.
The data you captured. Or let's assume the input data which you captured. So if I entered Hasib in the first text box, it will take Hasib and it will pass to the method validate username. Same thing is applicable for all the 6 values. Yeah. Shall we proceed to the function validate username? It is a function. And for this function, we are passing the first text box value. Either it can be an empty or whatever the value I'm entering. So we are capturing as a whole and we are storing it in an feedback object. And that feedback I'm passing and I'm capturing as input data. In input data, we are taking a key username so that no value will be passed to validate username. It's a function. And this function return value will be stored in this username error key. So let me go to that method. The method is there in line number 48. I'm sorry, not 48. Line number 74. Simple. So this validate username is a function. We are calling here this function and we are passing that username. Either it will take that value Hasib or empty. So what will happen if I enter empty? I don't enter Hasib. If it is empty, what we need to do?
Function gets called.
Here it comes the actual validation. So I'm taking my username, the value which I passed from that object, my text box value. If it is empty, if it is undefined, if it is null, what message I want to return?
Cannot be left empty. Blank.
Username cannot be left blank. If it is filled with some value, I will return empty. So either empty or username cannot be left blank will be sent to this particular line. Is that clear? So whom name I called? Jitesh, is that clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a function call, and whatever the value it will return. Either it will return this or it will return empty. Same thing is applicable for email. Email, contact, product, command, and purchase date. So we are doing validate email. We are capturing an input and we are checking whether it is in this format or not. Before that, we need to check if else. If it is empty, I want to add this in an error message. See here. So email error is a variable where we can add multiple messages. Email error is equal to email error plus. Email cannot be left blank. Why I want to use arithmetic assignment?
To concatenate
Concatenate
provided
the
by
email error.
Yeah. So if it is empty, this message, if it matches with the regular expression, and if it is not matching, I don't have @ symbol, I don't have dot. As simple, email ID is not in the proper format. At the time, it will throw this error message.
Ma'am, what about that arithmetic symbol? Can you explain that again?
Huh?
What about that arithmetic symbol? Can you explain that again?
I will not explain this. This is not the situation. We are not in the thing to explain this arithmetic assignment, my dear. These are all fundamental operators of Java. When we discussed about these operators on week 1.
That I understand, ma'am, that will concatenate, but why we need to do that?
You make a note, find it out. I think it's on secondary. No.
Not required, ma'am, I understand.
Oh my God, when did we discuss?
Ma'am, it could be in the post increment and the post decrement section.
I think it's after loops.
Okay, where I am? So the speciality is initially email error is empty. Email error is empty. The error message is empty. If it matches with this condition, it will add this, it will concatenate. If it is not matches, then no problem. It is not empty. I am giving Hasi balloon. It is not matching with this pattern matching. At the time, if it is not matches with the pattern, it will add invalid email. Either my email error will be empty or this error message or this error message. Not concatenating all the three. No, either empty or this or this. So it can be email cannot be left or invalid or it can be empty. Moving on to the next, contact number. So contact number, same, initially it will be empty. If any of the condition not matches, my error will be empty because I don't have a problem. If I don't have a problem, it should be error message should be empty. If there is any problem only, the error message should be filled with the appropriate error message. So this is a valid regular expression to check on this format. It should be 10 digit and it can be any of the format. And if it is empty, it has to throw this error. If you don't have a problem, you provided a proper 10-digit contact number, then your error message will be empty. So moving on to the validate product, if it is empty, then it will throw this error message. If it is proper, then it will return a blank error message. I don't have any error. It's blank. Error is blank. Same thing is applicable for comment. So comment should not be empty and comment should not exist 70 characters. In none of the conditions serves, my error message remains empty. And this message, either this error message or empty, will be stored in errors, respective keys. Got it? It looks like lengthier one, but it's a simple thing. So we are calling just function and we are validating. The function will return either error message or an empty. At last, if everything is empty, you can proceed with continuation. If any of the errors, where errors object is holding other than empty some error message, then I have a problem with this form. I should not post the data to server. This is a concept behind this validation. All right, I will continue for product, comment, and very important, date. So always I need to fill the date. If the date is empty, then I don't have a problem. Error message is empty, I don't have a problem. But if the date is empty, then the error will be filled with the value. So I want all of you to look into line number 140 and 142. So by DOM, I am capturing this purchase date text box. What I'm doing is, it should not be null. It should not be null. And I want, if it is not null, I want to set purchase date dot set attribute. I want to set, by default, the date control is having maximum and minimum. You experience this. If I set maximum here, let's assume in my date, I'm setting maximum date as today. And also I can set minimum date as some date in the last month. Only these two dates gets enabled in my date property. All of you got this attribute max and min? Date, input type date is having two more attributes, max and min. Max and min stands for maximum date and minimum date. So if you look into this output, so minimum date I don't want, but maximum date should be. What should be the maximum date?
Today's date.
Today's date. So we are setting that set attribute. So in my control, in my HTML control, I am setting the attribute. What attribute? Max attribute. Can I go for maximum? Can I use maximum? Can I use the word maximum? Yes or no? Tell me, do we have anything called as maximum attribute for
No,
date?
No, ma'am.
No.
No, ma'am, max.
We are setting for attribute. Only we have max. So that is why we are using max. For my date attribute max, I am taking today's date. Only ISO string. I'll show you. So I am taking today's date. What will happen if I take today's date? It will come with both date and time. In that, I don't want time. I want only date. So I am using split function. Wherever I found the character T, I should stop and I should take the 0th index. I'll show you. So I want to set that alone to my purchase date. So if I give, okay, listen. Guys, it is not complex. Can you see if I give the date, new date of ISO string, what would be the date I will get? So I'll be getting 2022, 2022, 07, 08, T, and I'll be getting time. $16.00. Are you with me, guys? So this is what the output I will get. But do I want to display time?
No, ma'am.
No.
I want only this date. So I am using split function. From where I want to split?
From
I
T
want to
character.
split with the character T. So I will be getting, listen carefully, I will be getting this as my date of 0 index, because left hand side will be an array. And this will be our first index, date of 1. So I am taking only 0th index. So the date alone will be displayed on my text box, date text box. Is that clear? So I'm getting only date. Why I'm not getting time? Because we truncated. Shall I show time also? So I should get two date of. Have you came across with this function before in Java? Date is equal to new date of.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We thought let's get the time also. 1 minute. If it is null, I will update once again. When the date is not equal to null, I think this function is not triggering. I'll call you in I will call this function in a separate HTML page. Let me finish off this validation concept. I'm not splitting. Wait. Should come. If it is null, guys, this date part alone we will discuss some time back. I will work on this date and I'll show you only with time and only with date or both date and time. Are you traveling with me?
Yes, ma'am.
So you got it. So it is taking time. I need to change all the property. Maybe it is, since the event is associated with submit form, submit feedback and submit form data. Maybe it is not triggering, but I will copy paste this in a separate HTML and I'll execute it.
Okay, ma'am.
Every time this errors object is calling the respective function. So we have 6 function call and each function is returning a respective error message, and those error message are storing in a key. So when I provide the valid data, my username error will be blank. If I have not provided and if there is any problem, username error will be filled with some error message. Same thing is applicable for email, contact number, product error, comment error, and purchase date error. Errors object and its key and value is clear.
Yes, sir.
Priyanka, you there? Priyanka. Priya, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Priya, what will be there? What will be the possibility of message or the value in contact number error? So what are all the possibilities of value for this key contact number error?
Invalid number.
Louder, please.
Invalid contact, ma'am.
And then 2 options are there.
Message provide the users means invalid contact.
Okay, invalid error. And then either it will have invalid contact number and what is another option?
Null.
Null, blank.
No. Yes, ma'am.
So this contact number, where is it? Either it is having possibility, contact number cannot be left blank, invalid contact number. So if you take line number 20, my contact number error key, either it will hold this message or it holds invalid contact number error message, invalid contact, and the last option is
null.
Null. All of you, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So moving on to the next continuation. It's a function. So initially function is again calling 6 more function and it is holding either error message or blank. So then we are filtering out only empty error message. Errors, it's an object holding either error message or empty. Possibilities are there. What we are doing is we are taking object.values of errors. We are taking this errors and we are filtering. What is this object.values? Whomsoever I'm calling, tell me. Object.values. Abdul Karim. Do I introduce this function today or yesterday, day before yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this object.values will do?
Object dot values means it is the wait, ma'am.
No, dear. Ashmita, you want to give a try? If you are with me from 2 o'clock, you can able to answer. If you are not following me, you are not with me with this demo, I'm sorry. Not even 2 o'clock. Some 3 only I started explaining this concept. Ashmita, I called your name. Priyanka, I called your name.
It is calling DOM function.
It is calling?
DOM function.
No. Ashmita. Ramya, you want to give a try? Surmani, you want to give a try?
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm.
So, ma'am, object.values is the like the DOM object that we have created in the HTML body is been created in the DOM object, and it is taking the values of the callback function that we have created in
No,
errors.
dear, no, you are going in wrong track, incorrect track.
Only an object.
Swapnil, you want to give a try? No, wait. Siddharth, wait. Swapnil, you want to give a try?
It will carry the object which we have created for errors.
What? Something you said and you are on mute.
Ma'am, I'm not sure. So
okay. Very good.
In key value pairs, all the values are the methods.
It returns array values.
All the error values it returns and store it in error messages.
It is a simple conversion function. Object.values. I have introduced some time back. Please look into 6th line. I said object.from entries is used to convert any other type to object type. Likewise, object type can be converted to array by using object.values. Object.values will return an array. That is what I tried. I struggled for some time, and then no, instead of object, why can't I show you in an array? So that is the reason we got this key value pair in an object output. This is an array and this is an object. So any type of input, any type of data can be converted to object with the help of object.from entries. Further to that, that can be converted to array by using object.values. Swapnil, Surmani, Priyanka, you got it?
It is in the form of array.
I have converted and an array and I'm storing in data 1. That is why this data 1 is displaying an array format of data. Object.values is to convert to array format. It's an array. Any type of data will be converted to array format.
In this format, we give the feedback. In earlier, we give the error.
No, earlier it's not error. I'm not getting the output. So I thought after that I didn't do anything, but I got an output. So in between, if the meantime I got struck, I thought, let me show you in an array type. So I tried this line. That is the reason we got this first and then this. This is an array format conversion, data one, and this is the feedback thing. All of you got it? Now, Vivek Kumar, Surmani, Swapnil.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we are applying same to here. Why we want to apply? Because I have all the functions for array. So I am converting errors to array and I am applying filter and all the values. If it is empty alone, it will be stored in error messages. We are filtering out empty error messages. Whichever the error message not equal to empty. So let's assume my product is empty. That I entered product. I entered comment. I entered purchase date. So these are all blank. So these are all filtered. And I will be getting this error messages alone in my error messages. Is that clear? Line number 27, not equal to. I know we are into core coding of JavaScript, but nothing is new. We have been traveling with same thing for last 4 days. Line number 27 is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of all the objects, we are filtering and we are getting not empty messages alone. Surmani, you there?
Ma'am.
Assume that I provided all valid data. So all the errors is empty. What will happen to error message?
Ma'am, empty array will be given.
That's all. Let's assume I provided all the details properly. All the 6 data are proper. All the details I'm providing. Do I have anything with this errors? Errors? In such situation, if you try to find out not equal to empty, at the time my error message also empty.
Yes, ma'am.
So after that, we are checking error message dot length is equal to 0. When every data is valid, all the 6 data is valid. I don't have error message at all. In such situation, you remember this feedbacks, the very first line array. In this array, or let me take actual data. So in this actual data, I am pushing all my input data and I am returning true. In such situation, in any of the situation, out of 6, 3 I don't have problem, but 3 resultant as error message. It will not go to if case. It will go to else. In this case, what I want to do? I want to call 2 methods. One is displaying validation summary. So it will display all the message. The other one is display individual error message. Are you with me? So I am checking only empty error, not equal to empty. If nothing is there, everything is empty, then my error message will be 0. Nothing is there in my error message array. So if nothing is there, I don't have a problem. My input data are correct. So via actual data, I can send this actual data to my server and I can process my registration. Else, out of 6, 3 are error. So those 3 error messages are there in my error messages array. In such situation, I want to call these 2 methods. You can understand by these method name. One is this summary, the other one is individual error message. So what I am doing in my summary is, so this error messages will have 3 error message. Assume like 3 is correct, 3 is error. So I want to display in a list format. So error message is an array. We are calling map and we are traversing all the array and we are displaying in a list. And we are calling for each, and every time this for each is appending the data in my list and the list items are getting displayed. And whatever I have in my list, that I am updating to my UL. What is UL? I have an HTML UL. Here it will display.
An order list.
All the summary. So all my summary will be displayed here. This is my UL. It can be 3. Let's assume first 3 are correct. So it needs to display only 3 messages in my validation summary. And whichever the 3 error message, same thing I want to display as an individual. So I am taking, let's go to individual. So what will happen to username error? It will be blank, empty. Email also empty, contact number also empty. Error messages will be empty. Whereas if I have problem with product, comment and purchase, those messages alone will be displayed against a small HTML element.
Ma'am?
Yes.
In fifth box, can you show input box, ma'am? Chrome, your. In fifth box, ma'am, downside left showing 2 lines. What is this, ma'am?
Which one?
Downside. Before command cannot be left blank. No, downside, yeah.
Comment cannot be left blank.
Here, ma'am, they're showing.
What he is telling, sir?
The text box size.
Small.
Or comment box.
Extendable size.
No, I didn't get still.
Ma'am, in the comment box, it is showing at the top now, it's 2 lines showing. He's asking what is that?
This is the representation of text area. This is a default representation of text area so that I can expand. We automatically get when we include the tag called as text area. Rishikesh, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you convert what is that product also as text area, you will get the same.
Okay.
It's a default notation. I think both are same ID. Change it. Fair, you experience all those things. So one is the summary. I want to display in my HTML UL tag inside inner as an inner HTML. I want to display my list. So I may have 5 unordered lists. In my in my HTML, if I have 5 unordered list tag, so in which tag you want to display, you want to pass this data, so that you can decide with the help of index. Can you see? So in my HTML element, I have first unordered list. There I want to append this, all the messages. So whereas, please look into line number 60, 62. What is this username error? Inner text. We are DOM. We are referring username error. What is this username error? Email error, contact number error. Can you relate line number 28, line number 32, 36?
The ID.
Yes, ma'am.
Small. small small element ID. So wherever I have small element, there I want to display this error message. Same thing is happening here. When I click submit, this is my validation summary and this is my individual message. Let's assume I provided correct data. So what will happen now? So that error messages of that username error will be blank. So that is why I'm not getting in summary also, I'm not getting in individual error also. So again, I'm scrolling from up. And you know what is the purpose of actual data? We haven't used actual data. But in later, once validation is done, if everything is proper, then I want to take this actual data and I want to store it in my, I want to send to server. So until otherwise, I will not send my data to my server. So that is the reason we are using actual data. So once no error message, then I am adding my input data to my actual data. Until otherwise, I will not submit. So we started with submit feedback method. And then from submit, we called submit data. From submit data, we created an errors object. And we have 6 key. For all the 6 key, values are getting retrieved from 6 methods. Either blank or error message. If it is blank, all blank, no problem. No problem. So in order to check whether all are blank or not, we are applying this filter function. Even I have one error, whether it will enter into if block.
No.
No. It will enter only if the length is 0. All are empty. None is filled with error. Only in that case, my actual data will be returned to my server. Until otherwise, it will stay in the same page with this error message. So once if I provided all the data, I need to change this date format. 07/08/2020. Until otherwise, it will not submit the data. Yes, Roshan. It seems like lengthy code, but it is not at all complex. It's not difficult, by the way. Where I am, only this date part alone, I'll get back to you guys. So I thought quickly to show you the split function. Split based on T. This part alone I'll work and I'll get back to you. So this date is taking only date, even though if it is taking date also, maximum should be only date. I should not take time. That is what it has been written. And maximum date should be today's date. New date of will take OS, operating system date. So always it takes today's date. So in today date, I want to take only ISO format. I want to take format before the letter T. So you will be finding this format. This is the format of ISO date. So I don't want after T. I want before T. So we are splitting and we are taking only 0th index. By the way, it will take only this date before T. And that I'm storing it in purchase date. Okay. So that's it for first example, validation. Any requested for break? We will go. Yes.
Ma'am, I have little confusion with Windows object and the object. Like, Like, does object is used for only conversion to the object, ma'am? Is it?
It is
the
not
basic-
associated with my event, window event.
And Windows object, ma'am. So the from entries will be converted into object. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Window, the word window indicates your form. Whereas you are asking about this thing.
Yes, ma'am. Only this object and the window object that we use, window dot, like using dot notation, that one.
Okay. So morning I have been discussing this event part. So Windows is something I can say this form, the entire HTML form.
Okay, ma'am.
On that form, I can perform some action. So that action I can handle with Windows dot, the respective event. Whereas this is just a conversion block. This is associated with this our OOPS methodology, our regular object class. This is a class category, that is an event category. I can say, what is an exact term I can use for let's okay. Can you see my notepad or can you see my paint?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can say
yes,
this is a complete. You take my paint application or you take my notepad. When it comes to GUI, this entire screen we can call it as frame or form or windows.
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas here the thing which I have used is my OOPS class.
Yes, ma'am.
And mostly we will use that windows.onload, windows.onRefresh, windows.onInit for event handling. This is pure programming part. And by the way, we have this flexibility. No rules, much rule in JavaScript. So
is it somewhat similar to the way we use new keyword in the Java and it's converted into object?
Correct. But we have, that's what JavaScript will not comes under a strict rule. So we have that flexibility. So we are not, even sometimes I'll keep semicolon, sometimes I'll not keep semicolon, sometimes I'll not use double quotes. So I can use directly. Yeah, the new keyword is, even though it's not applicable, but it is an object. You imagine like new keyword.
Okay, so if from entries were to be programmed in Java, then we will use new from entries same way, but in JavaScript we are using object.frame. Okay, ma'am.
And we also have predefined class called as object. That object is applicable for Java as well as here. So that object class is having some static members. Those static members can be called with this object.
So ma'am, from entries is like, okay, it's some function. Okay.
These are all functions. That's what I said, conversion function.
Okay. And so ma'am, about window object, like, isn't it similar to the, like what we use document object also? Like
Windows also an object. Windows is also having methods, but here we will use for event handling. Something is happening on my Windows, then I will use those respective methods.
We can't use any tag element also with the window object.
We have some predefined methods associated with this window object. Okay. Explore on.
Okay.
If I get some materials, I'll share with you. But even still now, I haven't related with that. Because versus topic, this Windows object and that object, no, I usually will not do, because maybe your thinking is going in this way, but I'll give you some materials for your self reference.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So we will continue with the same topic, validation, and we have one more small topic for the day. That's all. Yeah. Before that, let's go on an evening break. So you can take a break of 10 minutes and come back at 4:45. See you after break. Please confirm that you are all back. Basics are there. Total 34. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 2 are missing, Asif.
I'll check, Sangeeta.
And I'm lowering, by the way, I'm lowering the hand so that it would be helpful for you. Abhilash, Roshan, Rusikesh, Shurmani, are you back from break? Abhilash, Roshan, Rusikesh. No problem. I'm lowering all your hands. So guys, we have one more small topic for today. Please pay attention. It's a small topic. After validation, we have this enhance user experience. Whenever if you are in form tag of HTML, some common issues we are facing is long scrolling. When we will get long scrolling? Guys, when we will do the long scrolling? Am I audible?
Yes.
When you are in HTML form entry, form tag. So when you will do the scroll down, long scroll down?
When there are any instructions.
When they are instruction to read and the form consists of many input elements. Got it? When I'm having many input elements, missing out critical inputs. So there will be a big registration form, but I will miss the most important thing, which is email ID or mobile number. Incorrect input. Difficulty in locating erroneous input. If it is a big form, finding even I experienced this. So when I'm about to fill this job portal, they may ask my academic details. So I'm telling, when they will be asking in detail our academic background, UG major, year of passing, PG, and its year of passing. So I may miss this UG year of passing or UG percentage, the stream, chances are there. And definitely it will end up in poor readability. To overcome these common problems, we are creating something called as Fly. On a job portal, depend upon the requirement, we will add a field. Let's assume the 28 of us are visiting Naukri. Out of 28, some 6-7 of us will be having a work experience. Remaining all are fresher. In such situation, do I want to enable work experience options? Work experience, number of years, company name, designation, last drawn salary. Is it required?
No, ma'am.
Instead, what you can do, but I also will enter Naukri. I and Hasib and whomsoever having experience will be also using Naukri, but we have a quick experience. For few, there is no work experience requirement. Details needs to be provided. So, but for few, need to provide. So what we can do, instead of having a very big form, I may have one checkbox. So what I can give? So do you have work experience or not? Same thing we can give with, oh my God, this end region is coming. We can give radio button. What will happen if I give, yes, I have work experience. If I give S, what will happen? Then it should ask. If I give S, then it should ask everything. Total years. What else? The company name.
Year of experience. Salary.
The salary, last drawn salary. And day, from when to when? From when to? From when and to? If I provide no, anything is required?
No, ma'am.
Nothing. Or I don't want to keep no at all. So this option is called as fly. I'll show you. We have the next demo. Same registration form. They have added one more label and a checkbox. Would you like to subscribe to our mailing list? If I check, they will be providing the option. This concept is called as fly. So fly will helps in tracking the correct requirement of data, and it helps in avoiding the lengthy form, and there will not be any ambiguity in filling the form details. So what is happening when I check this checkbox, I'm getting additional one div message and 3 more checkbox or whatever. So like what we discussed, if I give work experience as yes, then it should give all the details. Same thing is applicable for PG. So have you done PG? Yes or no? If you have done PG, then it will ask what is the major, year of passing, and the percentage. So we can avoid this lengthy form, avoid the confusion of data between different users by creating form. Toggle elements of form elements. Depend upon the requirement, you can show and hide the elements for relevant input. So DOM manipulation helps you to add an element on fly, either toggling elements, show or hide. The execution is triggered by event, nothing to do. So here tell me what event is happening.
Check.
What is the event happening here? Checked event. So when this event got triggered, so this concept can be done only with the help of event handling. If some event is happening, checkbox, radio button, or selecting the option on select box, based on that I need to display. Execution is triggered by an event. Please relate to the technical topic. It is triggered by an event and it is handling by event handler. So when the user clicks the button, click event is there. Event listener, listened by event listener. This particular button can be when we go to the respective function only with the help of listener. Based on that, we will do a fly or hide or show the inner elements. That's all. Let's have this. Let's have a discussion on that checkbox and hiding and displaying the inner element. So validation can be done only through the basic functionality is implemented. These are all some myths. So we have some myths on validation. So validation can be done once the base functionality is implemented. Is it or not? So always we need to perform the validation once the basic functionality is implemented. Come on, guys, yes or no? So
No.
So if I perform a validation, so I should ensure certain inputs has been provided. And once the input has been provided, I have to keep track of all the validation. Even if you miss out one single validation, it may be end up with wrong data submission to the server. So be careful. Only critical input should be validated to reduce code executions. So not only critical input, all the inputs are required. So everything you can handle with validation. Error message should be short. So keep this in mind. Someone asked about this exclamatory mark star symbol. So instead of having a lengthy error message, always prefer short error message. So that you will have a clean UI. So that the user also will able to understand. So follow all these rules when you are into validation. And with this demo, we are ending. Let me go back to my Visual Studio. Can we discuss on the JavaScript coding part of this? Showing and hiding the elements based on this event?
Yes, sure.
So with this fourth topic is getting over. So let me go one business. Where is my Visual Studio? This is second demo. Nothing new. So starting from form tag, everything remains same. This is my validation summary div where I have user list. This is my first list. So UL of 0. My first text box, second text box, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and my summary and a button. So before button, so please look into line number 49. Yeah. So from line number 49 to 63 is new. So when I check this checkbox, would you like to subscribe to our mailing list checkbox? Would you like to subscribe to our mailing list checkbox? And the checkbox ID is check allow subscription. Shall I go to this check allow subscription? Where I am, yeah. So till 138, we already discussed. So I'm just going to this checkbox. So check allow subscription is equal to, so we are just holding the same everything in a variable. Document dot get element ID by check allow subscription. So check allow subscription dot add event listener. What event I'm gonna to try?
Click.
So clicked event or checked event, everything is applicable. So when the event is performed, what I need to do? I can do it with function also. I can do it with arrow function also. So they are doing with arrow function. So this is an event, and when event is performed, event is gonna to pass as a parameter. So when this is clicked, what event is gonna to pass? I'm passing it as a parameter. Inside function body, I am taking this checkbox and I am checking whether it is checked or not. So whether it is checked, document dot get element ID by subscription detailed block. I'll go back here. So I have check allow subscription. Likewise, I have subscription detailed block. Can you see here? My one another inner div tag. And I have so many inner div tag. So subscription detailed block. Only two things. I want you to refer this check allow subscription and subscription detailed block. So by default, subscription detailed block display is, what is the property they are providing? Initially, when I'm loading the page, that inner block will be, what is the display property? None. That is why it has been hidden. Once if I check, when some click event, when event is getting performed and I am performing this checked event, I want to display it, block display. Else I want to do none display. So when I check, so that is block display, else display is none. Okay. You can, this is not the only way. You can try with regular function call and you can perform this. So instead of having a function binding to that event, you can do everything with the help of interface, listener interface. The event is passing and the event is checked event. Can you relate with the output? Can you able to relate with the DOM and the event? I know it's Friday evening, but this is a simple topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Please relate. I'm sharing this. We have one sprint for today. And it is, I think this one. Develop UI to fetch and display. Sorry. No. 1 minute. The first one. Validate inputs captured for contact form. We have only one sprint for the day, same validation. So they have provided with CSS, HTML. You no need to start from scratch. You need to work on only your JS. So below is the image of UI of contact form. See here, there is a contact form. We handled with 6 data, but there we have first name, last name, email, contact number. You find anything new here, this toggle option. If they click this button, then see what is happening. And birth date, company name, job title, and a button. You have to provide validation, that's all. So validation criteria. So mandatory first name, email, whom contact number has to be provided. First name and last name should allow only alphabets and dot. So contact number. So either you can have 2 contact number. One is for home, other one is for work. And hope you know, even this format I will share except this +91. So we have tried only for 10 digit. Additionally, you need to add this +910. This validation you have to perform. Email ID is as usual. It should have the proper format. Birth dates for which age is less than 15 should be disabled. Is it possible? Will you able to make this?
Yes, ma'am.
So whomever age is less than 15, we are in 2022. So whomever born after 2018 and 2008, sorry, 8 or 7, 8, before 2008. So when I entered date of birth of last year or 2011-12, it should not accept. And like comments, in our demo, here the note should not allow more than 200 characters. For clone, you have to write only script.js. Everything has been provided. No other code gets modified. So in order to check the output, you can view index.html. So you no need to start from scratch. They already provided all your HTML. Can you see? Line number 25.
Yes, ma'am.
So I tried submit. In our demo, I changed some method. Submit feedback. So here it is submit contact. And same, these are all same. Here under validation summary, you need to fill the respective error message. And we have first name, last name, small tag, everything is there. Additionally, you need to add this fly option. When they click plus, it should throw what? That work contact number and the other thing, new one. And remaining all are same, and you will be having button. They already related with JavaScript. You only needs to work on your JS file. So I will share the demo code which we discussed. So using that as a reference, complete this sprint. And we will take a stock. So please update your Excel sheet. So based on your completion of HTML and HTML, CSS and JavaScript, please update. Today evening, I will take a stock. So even in HTML, certain data, see this mastery challenge and column drop. Okay, I'll take a stock by tomorrow morning, utilize today and complete it. Those who are with 10, 9, 8, complete it. Complete it, and as soon as you update, because I'm not contacting you, I'm contacting only this Google Sheet, I'm fetching the data. So that's it. I'm sharing this link. And tomorrow there is an aptitude session. Utilize that. Definitely it would be helpful for you all. So after aptitude, if you in the afternoon, if you want any help, support, you can connect to us, either to me or Hasip sir on Slack tomorrow. So an announcement. Today, tonight or before tonight, you will be receiving a mail from Odit ma'am regarding core Java feedback. So I know it's late. We are in second course of Renten. After completing core Java, we used to collect feedback. So please, once if you received mail, you will be finding a link in that email. It probably will be a Google form link. So you can open, you can give your genuine feedback and submit it. So today, tonight, or least case tomorrow before afternoon, whenever if you find time and once the mail reaches to you, please give the feedback. And also one more reminder on tomorrow's aptitude session. Still few organizations are conducting aptitude test. They are having this aptitude in their interview levels. Have you experienced this? Even though we are in the position of software developer, companies are including aptitude in one of the levels interview. So attend tomorrow's interview and don't forget to give the feedback after receiving the mail.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, I want to ask there are 3 tests, like one is aptitude and second is coding test, and after that interview. Like that.
No. No, companies, each company differs with different levels. Some company, they will not give coding test. They will have technical discussion, technical interview as their first level. Some company, they will give a coding test. Some they will give technical quiz. And some will give a hackathon kind of a problem statement, and you need to complete within a given time period, and you need to submit. It differs.
Okay.
You prepare for everything, that's all. Two things. Primary level is, one is cracking the code. Irrespective of any problem statement, you need to crack the code. They may provide partial code, you need to fill, or you need to start from scratch. You have to be proficient in coding. The other thing is discussion. You have to explain your the concept, their question and projects. The way you are explaining the project, many will get impressed, and just for formality, they will throw some question and they will select you.
Ma'am, tomorrow what time is aptitude session?
Check Slack. Why shared in mentor notes channel or general channel?
10 a.m. Morning.
Why shared in mentor notes channel? I'm sharing it in general channel. At 10 a.m.
Ma'am, when are you going to provide the Java notes that you planned?
I'll I cannot give you a deadline. I'll try to give it to.
Okay, thank you.
Because with Java, it contains a lot of topics. Even this version, I have to update. I need some time, Adesh, but I'll give you in another 10-15 days.
Ma'am, ma'am,
Yes.
I have a problem on my Slack.
Send.
It's not open, ma'am.
You have a problem in Slack?
Yes, ma'am.
Even I received your message today afternoon around 12 o'clock. You are not online.
Ma'am, it's give me problem, ma'am.
To uninstall and install it or try to open in a browser. I am sharing the link to you. Check the chat box star. You click that link and try to open in browser. And then you can try an application. Display. I'll do a simple demo and I'll share it. So tomorrow afternoon, utilize and complete the pending sprints of CSS and JavaScript. You find time again, revise code Java and this thing. Yes, yes, Roshan.
When will you be available tomorrow?
Huh?
When will you be available tomorrow?
Tomorrow afternoon. I'll be available for whole day, but morning you have placement session. So we will have a Slack connection after 2 p.m. 2 to 6. All right, there is a no query. We will close for the day. Yes, Roshan. So bye all. Thanks for joining. Happy learning.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, Harsh.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, Ish. Bye, Joel.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, Shivani. With this, I'm ending for the day.